Welcome, guys. Thank you. Mr. Lim, white or red? Red called. White it is. Who's serving? Manny to serve. Who's receiving? Kenneth, so Manny to Kenneth. Which end do you want, guys? That end? At the end of the match, you're all going to stay on court this time. Yep, 2-minute warm-up.
Probably got it a bit backwards. But no, but.
Ready to play?
Well, good morning and welcome to the final session of the Victor Oceania Championships. Got a fantastic match to start us today, the men's doubles final. Abhinav Manota and Jack Wang from New Zealand, taking on Kenneth Chu and Ming Lim from Australia. This morning I've got Brent Miller from New Zealand joining me today on the table. How are you today, Brent?
Very well, thank you very much. It's exciting to see some great badminton.
Yep, definitely looking forward to it. These guys,
Ladies and gentlemen,
particularly the
on my
Australians,
right,
have had a very,
Abhinav Jack Wang, New
I guess,
Zealand.
energetic entry into the finals.
And
They've
on
had
my
some
left,
fantastic games.
Kenneth
It's been great
Chu,
to watch.
Ming Chen Lim,
And very
Australia.
much to Jack Wang has really come into his own in these last few matches. It's great to see his confidence building up a bit
Abhinav
now.
Manota to serve
Yeah,
to
he's
Kenneth
developed
Chu.
really well over the
Love
last couple
all.
of years, and you can see the way he just controls
Play.
the game now and just sets the rallies up. He's really developed.
Service over. 1, love.
He's got some serious hangs on.
2,
Yeah, no, it's a
love.
very good start there from the Australian pair.
left.
Service over. 1-2. Fault.
So crucial, that first shot off the serve.
2
I remember
all.
all that pressure when you feel when you are serving to somebody in there right above you in terms of that net there.
Yeah, always in doubles, they're always looking to try and take it as early as possible and try and get it down below the net just to get the control. It'll be interesting today,
It's over.
especially with the weather conditions and it being a little bit colder.
3-2.
The shuttles won't be as fast as normal, so it'll be interesting to see if the pairs try and really open up the court or whether they try and play through. A lot of the men's doubles is hard, fast attack, but if the shuttles are a little bit slower, that's not always an advantage. If you can get good length, the attack from the back isn't going to be as effective.
Yeah, I suppose that will then come into the control of the shuttle and being able to put it where they want to place it, as opposed to hitting it as hard as they can.
Yeah, it's just going to have to be a little bit more patient. Make sure they set the rally up. You noticed here with the change of shuttle just happened that they're getting a little bit more purchase from the back of the court there. So the last 2 rallies they've been able to really put a bit of attack on and get some benefit for it, whereas just before the shuttle changed, so here we go, we're changing it again. They might be trying to keep a nice fast shuttle here. I don't know if that's a tactic from the Australian pair or
it's quite
Service
interesting too,
over.
sometimes they use a lot of that shuttle change or
5.
wipe of the face, particularly further on into the match for those mental breaks and a chance to kind of interrupt, I guess, that flow and that rhythm of the game.
yeah, at this level too, I think how hard they're hitting it, shuttles are only going to last so long as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially when they get hold of it, or if they don't get hold of it.
Yes.
6.
Sometimes a miss hit can
3.
do more damage.
Yes.
Service
A rare
over.
mistake there from the Aussies.
4.
Usually quite good with their communication.
6.
Yeah, neither pair is really settled just yet. They both look a little bit nervy, as expected. It is a big match.
That's right.
But they're both looking for a little bit of rhythm, and they have patches
5,
of brilliance, and then
6.
there's also those patches there where there's just a little bit of inconsistency.
I mean, throughout the tournament in these last few days, we've seen obviously the Australian pair of Lim and Chu. They have a phenomenal defence behind them. They almost like they want to keep lifting to keep that smashing going. It's amazing to watch. Prime example.
So if you see now, the shuttle's really slowed up. So you'll see a lot of changes there
Service over.
in pace from the New Zealand pair,
7.
but also the Australian
5.
pair there. They're not getting the length, and that's why they're changing the shuttle here. They want that fast shuttle so they can get the length. And I think that's going to be a tactic by them all the way through. They want to keep the speed on the shuttle. They seem to look very fast through the middle of the court, but also with that defence, they're going to really battle to get it to the back if the shuttle slows up.
Service over.
Yeah, and you're right. Once they are on that
6,
defence, if they do have that slower
7.
shuttle, it's going to be half court, isn't it? It's very, very hard to defend that.
It's also harder to put it on the floor.
That's right.
But you get a far better angle if you're only halfway back.
That's right.
It's a lovely serve there
7
by Marnie that set up that
all.
rally. It seems to look from the New Zealand pair that Marnie wants to be that front player. So you notice whenever there's a gap, he's pushing forward. What's interesting though is the Australian pair is playing quite hard with their hands. So there's not actually a lot of soft shots after the return of serve. So it'll be interesting whether he comes a step back into the court and tries to have a little bit more of an impact.
8.
Otherwise it
7.
looks like Jack is going to have to do a lot of work there from the back in the mid-court.
I mean, he has done a lot of work these last couple of days, and you're right. You even sometimes see Marnie coming over across to that side too to cover some of that, which has been quite interesting to watch. But as you mentioned earlier on, I mean, the control that Jack has within this game is phenomenal.
So So there we go, we see it again. So Marnie's the player that's looking forward, and it looks like Marnie wants to be the front court player, and Jack's going to control it from the back. Yep.
9-7.
We should be keeping a tab on how many shuttles they're going through.
Well, like we said, it's a little bit colder being a morning match. I imagine last night it was a little bit warmer in here, a few more people kicking around.
Bit.
Yeah. So for those viewers that don't know, the temperature of the facility, or the air around, the density changes a little bit, and what that means, the shuttle's going to be slightly faster or slightly slower. So shuttles come in different speeds, and they'll have a specific speed for today, but because the air's a little bit colder and a little bit denser, it'll slow up a little bit quicker, and especially with these guys that are playing so fast through the middle of the court, what happens is the shuttle changes direction so much it puffs up and slows down a little bit. So as you can see, the Australian pair is really struggling to get their length. Jack's only, or he's well in front of that service line. And it's just because the shuttles are slowing down because it's a little bit cooler. As it warms up, as it gets towards midday, the shuttles get a little bit faster, and you'll see the way the matches are played just change a little bit. Fantastic rally there. If you see where Jack served, he really opened up the court. So when you're serving in a game of doubles, when you look at the player, they're typically standing in a specific stance with a specific grip. And what he did really well in that last rally is he just served it away from the racket, and he was able to not only get it below the net and sort of create a bit more of a neutral attacking position for his side, but he was also able to open up the court, which allowed them to attack.
Oh, brilliant shot.
Oh, lovely.
Being able to find a few of those gaps really well, aren't they?
10.
Yeah, so that's, I wonder if that's again a tactic. As I mentioned in that last rally, they sort of opened up the court with the serve. What seems to happen now is they're just moving the shuttle around quite nicely and opening up the court and getting a little bit more movement. They're not trying to attack through the opposition. They're really trying to make the court a bit bigger.
That's right. The old frame shot can be your best friend, but also your worst nightmare sometimes. Take them when you can.
It's a critical point psychologically, isn't it?
Exactly.
When you go into the half-time break and you're 1 point up versus 1 point down.
That's right. It
is only 1 point, but it can be a big hurdle psychologically. So it'd be interesting to see what advice the coaches are giving the players right now, and I think they're still settling a little bit. My gut feeling is the New Zealand pair just felt like they settled a little bit more in those last 3 to 5 rallies.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
And they're definitely, like you say, moving the pair from Australia a lot more, aren't they? They've probably realised after watching and seeing their results that, you know, you might not necessarily be able to smash through them. They've got very good defence, so it's about utilising that speed and also moving them around the court a bit more.
But that could also be as well with as we talked about the shuttle slowing up a little bit.
11-10.
You're not going to get the same benefit from attacking, whereas if you can play with a little bit more soft hands and work them around the court, wait for your opportunities, you might just have to earn them a little bit more.
Well, 10.
Nice serve there by Jack. Oh, I didn't put the commentator's hex on him, did I?
11.
Always the way.
13.
He almost seemed like he wanted to run away and get into position before he'd actually served that one. There we go. A little bit more variation by the Australian pair there. You see Kenneth jump up. He just took a little bit of pace off and really had to work a little bit harder again to get the attack and set it up that time round. It paid its dividends though.
Service over. 14-12.
Marnie and Jack, they're so strong when they're playing that front back, and you know Marnie's right at the front there ready to cut things off. Very, very hard to get through the pair.
Yeah, they're standing very, very close to the net, so obviously it's a big court and you can't cover everything, but often when you're playing in your matches you have to protect certain areas of the court more than others, and it's a big tactic here to ensure you cover those sort of front two corners but also that mid-court and leave the space in behind you. So if the opposition wants to play into the space, they either have to go through you or they have to go over you, and obviously here with them struggling to get a little bit of length, then it really gives them the opportunity to attack, or if they want to play in the space they almost have to give away the initiative.
And there's a prime example of the shuttle slowing down a bit. Went a bit half court there. And
yeah, the New Zealanders just didn't get their length. But you notice as well what's starting to happen is with the attack, they're getting in the front, and rather than trying to play it through the opposition, they're opting to sort of play up and over them as a bit of a deception, like they return a serve there. They're looking for that length and to get them back, because if you can get the other pair on the back of the court, it's really hard to make an impact.
Great rally there.
Yeah, the Australian pair just seem to be in better positions at the moment. So what I mean by that is as the player from the back attacks, the front player's having a little bit more impact and they're able to sort of get onto the next shuttle before Jack and Marnie have had an opportunity to sort of set themselves. Earlier in the set what was happening is as they attacked, Marnie and Jack were just able to sort of work it into a bit of space and slow the rally back down. I feel the Australian pair want to keep speed in the rally, and Jack and Marnie want to play at their speed.
Service over. 16-14.
Lovely attack there.
17-14.
It's good variation again from the back of the court.
I was just about to say that kind of faster drop shot versus the smash, and getting a chance to open that up a bit more.
What sometimes doesn't televise that well is the changes in angles and changes in speeds. So what they're doing when they're attacking it may look like it's slow, but there's a number of different speeds they're looking at. They're looking for different parts of the body, different sides of the racket. So for instance, they might be smashing just outside the hip, or they might be smashing just on the other side of the body that they're ready for, just trying to catch them out as they change their grip, so just a fraction of a second slower, and that's the advantage they get, and then the front player just jumps all over it after that.
Game point, 14.
We've made it to the first of our game points.
Game.
Big point.
There we go again.
First
The wide
game
serve
won
by
by
Jack,
Adam
opening up the
Momota
court
and Chad Wang,
opening it up in the other direction.
21-14.
So I definitely get the feeling here that the New Zealand pair wants to play a really, really big court.
And just to confirm that Marnie and Jack from New Zealand managed to take that first game at 21-14. I think it's also been quite interesting to watch Marnie's serve with the movement beforehand, and Can you kind of talk us through a little bit about maybe the reasons why, and is that a technique, or is that something to kind of, you know, distract the opponent?
I think it's more around having a rhythm, but not setting up in a specific way. So typically when you look at players, if they set up in certain ways, if I was going to serve to the tee versus serving wide, so for those of you who aren't familiar with badminton terminology, the tee is sort of right in the middle of the court where the centre line meets the service line. So if I was serving closer to there versus serving to the middle of the box versus serving out wide, if I was going to serve typically to the middle of the box, and then I was going to change as a variation to serve wide, typically I'd hold the racket slightly different or hold the shuttle slightly different. And from the opposition's perspective, if they see that, they might get that fraction of a second to know where it's going and get a massive advantage. Whereas when Marnie's out there and he's moving his racket around, he can have all of those options all of the time, and it's always going to look the same. The opposition doesn't actually know when he's actually going to hit the shuttle. There's no backswing, forward swing. He's just sort of moving, and then he'll move through it. So he could be halfway through the movement and then just serve the wide serve, and that's just really keeping them guessing. So he's got all his options open while he's setting up.
Well, it's confusing me sitting here, so it's working, I think, you know. It's doing a good job.
Well, they've taken the first set, so they must be doing something right.
Play.
Let's see how we settle into the second.
Oh, lovely cut on the shuttle there.
1 love.
So what happened there? That wasn't a full pace smash from Jack. He just cut across the top of it. So what it did, it died a little bit quicker. It looked like it was going to come to the player, but it just died just in front of them, which made it really, really difficult.
Good start from the Kiwis here.
Yeah, and again, you see the half-pace smash. What I'd like to see the Australian pair do here is I'd like to see them play a little bit softer with their hands, but make a commitment to stay forward in the court. You notice that they're playing side by side all the time, so they're not coming forward and challenging. But when they come forward and challenge, they need to really get the shuttle below the net to give themselves a chance. If they can at least get a little bit more attack, they give themselves a bit more opportunity here. But they've also got to be patient with the attack. I believe it's very much going to be a strategy game, so it's a bit of a game of chess here. Miscommunication.
2-all.
Good doubles 101 there, attack down the middle.
It's a good angle there by the Australian pair. Sometimes the luck of the net might just be all you need to start
That's right.
turn your luck right.
Bit of mind games there.
Change.
Just feel a little bit of a change in momentum here. Spoken to
Service over.
Yeah. But the Australian pairs served really well in that series of rallies. They just seemed to get it below the net, and the New Zealand pair for the first time in the game sort of didn't really get it down below the net. They entered the rally probably neutral or just behind, and that come down to the quality of the serve.
And I mean, yeah, they managed to obviously get that serve back by, again, moving them around the court a bit more, using those angles at the front of the court too. Marnie's very good with that. Oh.
Fantastic rally there.
Yeah, very good.
3.
Again, that's also the nature of the shuttles. When they get a little bit slower, it takes a little bit more winning. So we talked about the defense and how it's harder to get it back, but it's also harder for the attacking pair to be able to put it on the floor. It just doesn't have that same
7,
zip.
3.
And that's where it's really important as the front player sometimes.
Players ready.
So typically when you're playing singles, it's very much about making the opposition run. But in doubles, often it's trying to really pressure the individual who is under pressure
8,
and then get
3.
it coming back to you so they can't get it away from you. If they can get it away from you, they get time to get ready. But if you can play a shot where the angle has to come back to you, you then stay in control of that rally. And oh, that was an ambitious stroke.
Service over. 4, 8.
Lovely there from Lim.
Service over.
Again, you notice the change in pace.
9, 4.
You definitely want to have the attack in these sort of scenarios, but you've just got to be patient here, and you've got to have a few variations just to keep asking different questions of the opposition, looking for that opportunity or that loose stroke, especially when the opposition or when the defending pair gets length. It is really hard to attack, but it's definitely where you want to be.
Another fantastic rally there. A lot of shots for a double
10,
game.
4.
Yeah. Again, I spoke about that momentum. The momentum's definitely with the Australian pair here. I just feel like they're a little bit more purposeful with their attack. But I also see the New Zealand pair here. I'd like to see Jack try and move forward a little bit. You'll notice when Jack comes in and plays the net, he's looking to move back and cover the midcourt.
Service
So
over.
he's leaving a gap
5,
in front of him. So
10.
you see the Australian pair play back to Jack at the net, and he's gone from an attacking position into more of a neutral position. If he could hit and stay and just pressure that corner,
More this way.
then he'd force them to
Fine,
lift.
Judge.
Whereas
More
he's
this
going
way,
back to
please.
try and help his partner and cut
Thank
off
you.
the midcourt. Whereas I think in these sort of scenarios here, where the Australians were giving the shuttle away,
Thank you.
now they're playing back to him. He
On
needs
court.
to stay and ensure he keeps that pressure on and force them to play the shuttle away. Or give away the attack. Oh,
Service over.
fantastic stave
11,
there.
5.
Really
Enter.
turned the tables a bit here now, and like you say, I feel like they've found their rhythm now. They've definitely notched it up a few gears and playing very, very well in terms of, you know, not that they didn't play well in that first game, but definitely seems to be a bit of a different focus now.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit clearer about what they're doing in the rallies and what they're trying to achieve, and they're dealing with the New Zealand change of pace a lot better. So what you'll notice is the Australian pair's not playing so hard through the middle of the court. So when in the first set or first game, they played very fast and they're
20
quite
seconds.
combative. Whereas now they're a little
20
bit more
seconds.
patient and they're waiting their time and they're just setting the rally up a lot better.
Yeah, I think patience is the key. They're definitely making sure they're hitting the right shots now, as opposed to just trying to absolutely blast through them like they did at the start of the first game.
I'd like to say they've got a little bit more attack too, but I think they've got a little bit more quality attack. In the first set, they definitely had their opportunities, but towards the end of it, the New Zealand pair definitely had more control and a lot more shuttle up in the air. Whereas now, I believe the New Zealand pair's definitely not getting as much quality attack.
Service over.
And I'd actually like to see them just pull the trigger a little bit. I know we've got to be patient here, but I think that the Australian pair is now waiting for the change of pace, and that the New Zealand pair just needs to probably change their tactics a little bit more.
So strong at the net there,
7-11.
I wonder if that's a tactic. Yes, you notice when they're serving to Lim, they're always going out on that wide serve, and one, that's obviously his backhand, so they're making him change his grip. But secondly, they're pulling him out of the court and he's getting stuck out on that sideline, which leaves a lot of gaps in the court.
12-7. Service over. 8-12.
It's a critical few points for the New Zealand pair here. I think they've got to start closing this gap before it
runs
away. Yeah.
It's very easy. A couple of points can really kind of change it mentally for you as well when you're on the court.
Oh, there's a massive difference between 12-8 and 10-8. 10-12.
Service over. 13-8.
There we go. That's what I was talking about after half time. I feel the New Zealanders need to try and find some ways to win some rallies. They're staying in the rallies and they're working the shuttle around, but they need the ability to be able to just get out there and put it on the floor a few times.
Yeah, as opposed to waiting for maybe a mistake from the Australian pair or being given to them in a way.
Yeah, well, the Australian pair stopped playing the loose stroke, so they've got to find a way to make them play that loose stroke.
Great shot.
Service over. 14-9.
We've got a great crowd down here for an early Sunday morning.
Yes, it's filling up. It's great. Everyone will be loving having the badminton back after such a hiatus.
That's right. Particularly the players.
Service over.
Everyone's very excited for the upcoming tournament.
10-14.
A lot of these players are looking for some points for Commonwealth Games and things like that. So, yeah, very, very nice to have the circuit back.
There'll be some sore bodies too, I imagine. I know Australia's just had a couple of tournaments in the last few weeks, and I believe all the New Zealand players played many of them played the first round of the New Zealand tour last week. And then a number of these players are also off the Thomas Sanuba Cups after this.
That's right, yes. Yep, I'll have the masseuse on speed dial, I'm sure.
Well, they're all fantastic athletes. I'm sure they all look after themselves well, and the training they undertake on a weekly basis puts them in good stead for this. But nothing's ever quite the same as a tournament.
That's right.
It's nothing like a game. A game for a prestigious trophy like this to pull the extra 10 or 15% out of you otherwise wouldn't be able to find.
Exactly.
Service over. 15-12.
There's a few big points coming up here at 15-12.
It definitely starts to become a bit of the mental game now. Trying to hold your own and hold your head as well.
Service over. 13-16. Service over. 17-13.
Starting to reach that point where it's now or never.
Yep, they've got to have a response.
You see Lim there with the signals behind the back. So that's so his partner will know where he's going to serve in the square, and then they'll all have a specific role after that. So who's going to cover what?
Oh, fantastic shot. Again, change of pace,
Service
great angle.
over.
Yeah, but also the
14,
deception there.
17.
Marnie just pulled out a little bit of a reverse. So what that would have looked like was it was going to be a drop towards the middle of the court, but it ended up going up towards the edge. So for the defender, often they take half a step or they just shift the balance in one direction, getting ready to take off. And then when it doesn't quite get there, the feet don't work like they should. And that's what creates the weak stroke or the loose return.
On court.
And in this case, the winner.
Kenneth to receive.
Well, that was a fantastic serve by Marnie,
Service
but that was an
over.
even better
18,
return.
14.
He had a really good angle on that into the tee, made Kenneth just move the racket and play with soft hands, and Kenneth was able to just catch the top of the net there, and it just makes it so hard for the opposition when that happens.
Oh, brilliant. It's where they're at their best.
Service over. 15-18. Service over. 19-15.
Seen a lot of the attack now focused on Jack here. Jack seems quite content to play with quite hard hands, and he's trying to play length. I'd love to see Jack just try and find a gap like he did in the first game, and just try and move in, get the attack back. Lovely soft hands there by
Service
Jack.
over. 16-19.
Scoring back now.
17-19.
I think we've got a bit of a game on the hands here.
Change.
They're not going to give it away. The Australian pair's going to have to earn their last few points.
Definitely. Sure, all players
Play.
would rather not play an extra game if they didn't have to.
nicely there.
Service over.
He just had the opportunity to keep the attack there,
Change.
Jack, and he opted to try and play up and over
20.
the Australian
Game
pair.
point,
He just didn't
17.
quite get it right. It was a high risk, high reward sort of stroke. If it had come off, I'm quite confident they would have had the attack and they would have been in a grand position, but it just didn't quite work at that time.
Oh, brilliant.
Great placement, great
Service
angle.
over. 18.
It was so
20.
steep. Very hard to pick that one up off the floor.
It's a great save there.
19.
Looked like
20.
Kenneth had that rally run, rally one, and it just kept coming back. It's a big point here at 19-20.
Oh, brilliant serve.
20.
Now that's
all.
got to do something to the mind game for sure.
It was an interesting one because Jack just
No,
looked like
on
he
court,
set up
guys.
a little bit differently, and my gut told me he was going to flick it. But often in these sort of situations, the flick is your enemy, but it's also your friend. It's one of those ones when it turns out like that, it's fantastic. But when it doesn't come off, everyone holds their heads.
Oh, brilliant shot.
And that brings up the match point.
Yes.
21.
What a
20.
comeback if they do manage to get this point. Obviously win the match.
See if he comes out. See how he sets up. Wonder if
Yeah,
the
we'll see
flick's
if your
on and
gut's
out.
right this time, yeah.
Service
Australian called
over.
themselves a bit of breathing room now.
21. All.
See who can hold the nerves.
That's right.
Service over.
Fantastic serve and fantastic return.
22. 21.
It's very high quality there from the front of the court. Both pairs.
Game.
There we have it. First match of our finals session today. Taken out by the New Zealand pairing of
Match won
Maddie
by
and
Avinav
Jack.
Mota and Jack Wang.
That's the second game.
21-14.
The setting.
23-21.
23-21.
Okay, thanks, Vic. You can go.
Oh, okay.
To play.
Well, thanks once again for joining us for the finals day session for the Victor Oceania Championships. And I've swapped Brent out and I'm welcoming back Gillian from yesterday. Nice to see you again, Gillian.
Thank you, Damon. So pleased to be here.
What an exciting match that first men's doubles
Oh,
was.
boy, oh boy. Yeah, that was great. It was great atmosphere with the crowd too. Lots of clapping and yeah, people were really getting into it.
So we've got our women's doubles final. A little bit of an Australian affair here.
Yes. And these girls played each other just recently at the Australian Nationals in Bendigo with Caitlin and Gronya coming out on top for that particular game. So we'll see if Joyce and Silvana can turn the tables.
That's right. See if they took anything away
Ladies
from
and
that
gentlemen,
match.
Yeah.
my right, Joyce Young and Sylvina Kurniawan, Australia. And on my left, Caitlin Ear and Gronya Somerville, Australia.
And as always, we've got our
Caitlin Ear, serve
very
to
well
Joyce
credentialed umpires with Cynthia Tam and Holly Choi as the service judge.
One love. Service over. 1-all. Service
You know, Gronya and Caitlin are a fairly new
2-1.
doubles partnership, so they're getting used to each other.
And we've obviously then got Gronya, who's the defending champion.
Oh, yep, amazing. And as we would expect her to take control of this game. Oh, bad luck.
Yeah, she's just able to read the game very well.
Service over.
Yes.
2-all.
Oh, well picked up.
Joyce really should have put that away. That was a bit of a loose one at the net. Maybe she wasn't expecting it. Nice rally from the girls.
Service over. 3-all.
Definitely noticing the shuttle slow down quite a bit in terms of it is quite cold
Selena,
obviously this morning,
you're
but
serving.
once they've hit it a few times too, it starts to fade a bit.
Correct.
Service over. 4-3.
Bad luck.
Serve
Gillian, are some of these players heading off to the Uber Cup?
Everyone on
Oh,
the
look
court.
at that.
Every one of them. So, which is fantastic. And we've got Caitlin, who's one of the young ones. She's only 19. Come up through the junior ranks. Was in our last 2 World Junior teams. And acquitted herself very well there.
5, 4.
So just gaining experience from all of these experiences and events that they're going to. Silvana and Joyce, slightly more experienced. Older heads, I suppose.
Yes. A phenomenal depth as well, obviously, of the squad to have, you know, as you mentioned, some of these players 19, you know, making it to the finals.
Yes.
It's great to see.
And Gronya, I think, has been great for Caitlin, encouraging her. And, you know, Gronya's used to playing a certain way because she's been playing with the same partner for quite some time. So it's a big adjustment for her also. So Caitlin's got to learn basically
Well, that's right,
that
yeah.
way.
And it can be quite, you know, for a period of time, it can be quite distracting, particularly if you've got used to your partner for a very long time.
Correct.
And it's not to say that the partner's any less able. It's
No.
just a different
It's the
technique. Or a different
expectations.
style. Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's right. Nice. Nice rally from all the girls. I think you'll notice with the 3 of the older ladies on the court, they're just a little bit stronger. And that's just body development. As Caitlin gets older, I think she'll gain in strength. Great to see a good crowd here today, isn't it,
Very
Damon?
good crowd,
Yeah,
yes.
great crowd. Glad we put those extra seats out. Well, that's a beautiful return there from Silvina.
Over. 8, 6.
Oh, bad luck.
9.
Must be hard for, especially Caitlin. I'm sure they're all, in their own way, slightly nervous, but it's a big occasion.
Big occasion, yeah. And I mean, there's always going to be a bit of pressure as well when you've teamed up with somebody like Gronya, you know, her
absolutely.
experience and not wanting to kind of
Or let her
the team down.
Yeah,
that's
correct.
right, that's right.
Yep. No, it's a pretty tough. Oh, well
Steep
done.
learning curve, yeah. But typically the best way to learn, isn't it?
Yeah,
Jump in and
absolutely.
swim, yeah. And she's very much holding her own. She's doing fantastic.
Oh, yes. These rallies are nice, long rallies. That's one of those rallies that we look at and go, gee, I'm exhausted from just watching it.
That's right. Yeah, I'm glad I got the seats today. Yes.
Interval.
Now the words of wisdom.
That's right. Always curious as to what they're saying.
Yes. Hopefully not too much. I don't know about you, but if a coach was to say too much to me, it would all just go.
I'd get on the court and forgot what he said.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just give me a couple of pointers, that'll be fine.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
And if you've got a whiteboard, that'd be better, you know, so I can see it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's right. Visual.
That's right.
20 seconds.
Let's see if they change anything up after those little chats.
Play. Service over.
Joyce and Sylvina definitely trying to keep Caitlin at the back of the
Correct,
court,
yeah,
keeping her
that's
under
right.
that attack.
Yes, I'm sure they'd like to receive her smash rather than Gronya's at this stage.
That's right.
But as you say, she's holding her own.
Very much so.
Yeah. Oh, great rally from the girls. I think we could see there also that Gronya was trying to manoeuvre her way around to the back of the court to give Caitlin a bit of rest from
That's right.
smashing constantly.
Yeah, had it only the first game.
Yes.
Play. Sylvina. 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 Don't yell at the net. 12. 8.
That's nice.
Yeah, staking it
Over.
right in front of her and being able to control that a bit better, moving it across the court.
And just flattening those smashes out to their advantage. I noted in the men's doubles, Jack was doing the same thing
Very
as
much
we
so.
noted yesterday. He was
Yeah,
terrific.
Fantastic comeback too.
And he also was the youngest on the court there.
So-
I think he's going to be an amazing doubles
30.
player.
Yeah, one's a watch for sure.
Yeah, he just put it in the right spots and created the opportunities for the New Zealand pair. Nice hit, nice to the body, to Joyce.
Service over. 10. 13.
Oh, bad luck. I like some of those angles that Gronya's trying to put on her
11.
smashes.
13.
Change it up a bit.
That's right. Something's got to give.
Yep. Nice. Oh, good shot.
Brilliant.
Wow, great rally. Oh gosh, well done, Caitlin. Good quality doubles.
Yeah. Both pairings now really starting to move well around the court and each other.
Oh, that's
as well.
a great rally. Yes, absolutely. Longest rally of the match. That was terrific.
10 points for anyone that was counting at home.
Oh.
Yes, please. great number of people online, so thanks very much for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the matches. Got some other great games coming up later on also, so it's only the start.
Silvina, you can't yell at the opponent. Okay. 14, 12. Oh.
These first, 3 or 4 shots off the serve, so crucial. Whether you are keeping it flat and being on that attack, or
That's a lovely shot.
very lovely, changing the pace up, which is good.
Service over.
Yeah, that last one, Grania probably just didn't put enough on it, so Joyce was able to then put it into the body of Caitlin. Crucial, those first few shots. Oh, lovely. Lovely get from Grania. Lucky that didn't go over.
15.
Great court coverage though at the moment. Grania's really got her wheels on today.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant
Great job from Caitlin. Well done.
Finding some confidence now, I think.
Yeah.
Trying a few things.
Yep. Joyce and Silvina getting some encouraging words from their coach's corner. Oh, nice. And gee, I love how Caitlin actually said to Grania, go. That is growing in confidence, isn't it?
Great to see, and it's so hard to get past Grania when she's playing at the net like that.
Yeah, no, that was great. Oh, nice from Silvina at the net. Kept the pressure up.
16. All.
Nice.
Well read there.
Over.
As soon as she came over the net, she knew.
Yes.
Very close match, 17-16 at the moment.
All.
Bad luck. Nice setup. Easy put away for them.
You see sometimes, obviously, getting into that defence side of things, Grania's come over a little bit towards
Yeah.
Caitlin's side, and
Yeah.
that prime example there of opening that court up a little bit.
It just changes, where you are on the court and puts you out for the next shot, I think, sometimes, if they're coming over too far.
Oh,
Nice
great.
smash from Grania. Beautiful.
18. All.
I think we noted that yesterday with Minoda and Wang for a little bit. Abhinav trying to maybe come over just too far to cover, and then the next shot was no good. Nice read from Gronya. She knew where that was going. Oh. Good length from both of the girls, keeping it really deep in the court. Well left.
Maybe too deep.
Whew. Yeah. Great communication between the pairs. Gronya's upset that she just didn't go for that.
Yeah.
There's probably no
Wanted
need
to leave it,
lead.
wasn't
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Had any doubt, just keep the rally going, really.
Just
Be
get caught up
confident
in
that you're
yourself
going
a
to
little
get the
bit.
next one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Savannah getting her feet going. Game point. It's been a really entertaining first game. Well, Gronya not happy with herself, and I probably wouldn't be either.
No, that's right. That's right. New slate, new game.
Yep. I think there was just she was just trying too hard in those last few points. It's funny, Gronya usually looks pretty relaxed out there. I mean, obviously means a lot, but maybe she just needs to chill a little herself.
Definitely know how she feels. I used to have a few tanties when I would play.
Did you?
And it's hard sometimes, you get so caught up in what you're doing on court and
Oh yeah.
or what you're not doing, for example. But yeah, it's
Oh no, it's very difficult.
something that you definitely need to be able to control, though.
As a junior, I was no saint. I used to come off with welts down the side of my calves because I would hit my leg so hard, and I'd have these dots all the way down with little blood coming out of
Lovely.
them. I know.
So Joyce and Sylvina taking out that first game, 21-19. Very, very close.
Oh,
okay.
Yep.
I'm sure it'll be much the same, this one.
Yep, well, let's hope so. And as we said, these girls played in the Nationals only a couple of weeks ago, so Sylvina and Joyce have probably worked on a few things together, how they're going to combat this pair and how they're going to get themselves a win. And it looks like they're doing pretty well at this stage.
Great follow-up.
Beautiful. Great return from Caitlin. Great defence from Caitlin. Oh,
Yeah, it was fantastic defence. Even better attack.
yes, absolutely. Whipping it across to Grania late. Probably not expecting it.
That's right.
Oh, lovely. Right into the hip on that smash.
Yeah, very hard to get it back from that area.
Lovely.
Another monster rally.
Wow. That's why there's been a few clears in there. Wow. Oh, that's a great return from Joyce. Pushed her right into the corner. Beautiful.
Joyce deciding she's had enough of that rally.
Yes, exactly. Let's get this over and done with.
Quite amazing to be able to see that, I guess, transformation from being in defence to taking it early, driving it across court,
That's right.
taking the angle out of it.
It's just taking that step in and taking it earlier. Oh, well done from Joyce again. She's looking like she's, you know, the one that's anticipating what's going to happen.
Yeah, she's
Getting
reading
those
the
winning
game very
shots.
well.
That's a lovely smash. So I like that, the shape that Grania can get on some of those smashes. Oh, yes,
fantastic.
lovely. Lovely take off the top of the net. We haven't seen Grania do that much today. Maybe she needs to take her chances on the net a bit more.
And it was just a great change of pace too from Caitlin. She kind of had a few goes at the smash and thought, hang on, why don't we change that up here? And it's obviously worked.
Oh, beautiful. Just beautiful.
Way to rub it in.
I know, great like defensive work from Caitlin. That was just a beautiful roll drop. We could start calling Joyce the finisher. She's
That's
the one
right.
who's finishing off the rallies for her team.
That was a nice return of serve
Oh,
there.
beautiful smash.
Pushing them right to the back there, come across and open up that side of the court.
Yep, absolutely. Just spot on. Oh, unlucky. Was the right play. Lovely. Just a little high, that serve from Savannah that gave Gronja the opportunity to put it into that tiny little gap there.
It's also great to hear a lot of the support too. Little pockets of supporters for each side.
Yeah. It's hard when everybody's from Australia. So
It is. Oh,
nice. Wonderful.
body on the line.
Great play. Another 10 out of 10 for the dive, do we think?
10 out of 10.
Good one.
Definitely, yeah.
Yep.
Commitment.
Commitment. Yep, we love commitment.
About a 10 out of 10 for Mopman, I think, today
Yes, he's doing a great job. I think he's had some practice.
too. That's right. He must have gone home last night. Given the house a once over.
Yeah. I love that.
But it is awesome to see, as we've mentioned, previously, but all of our volunteers coming through and helping.
Oh, there's been so many too, and the lines people have done a great job. The umpires, the volunteers, it's been just a great event. Well run by the Oceania crew. Amazing. Well done from Gronja, trying to force that error, which she did. Just not letting up. Bad luck. Again, I think they're trying to just get on the attack a bit more, Gronja and Caitlin.
It's definitely a strong part of their game when they are attacking. It's just trying to get to that point, I guess.
Yes. Great to see Gronja speaking with Caitlin and getting some encouragement and how they're going to play. Communication is key for doubles pairs. Nice. There's the finisher on the net,
Yeah, pretty hard to argue with that.
doing what she does best.
Obviously, after this game, we have 3 more to come. Again, outstanding badminton, I am sure. Men's singles final next. I think that'll be a fantastic game.
Should be a doozy.
20 seconds.
And then obviously followed by the women's singles and see if Wendy can make it number 7.
Yeah, and as we said at the Nationals, Louisa took a set off Wendy, so did Tiffany in the final. So whether Louisa can continue on, I think that it must be difficult playing Wendy, who's been so dominant for so long, to get in your mind that I can actually win this.
That's right.
Obviously you don't go on the court not thinking that, but
it's a big mental
it
thing,
is,
isn't it?
yeah. Oh, bad luck. Silvana and Joyce continuing to put the pressure on.
Don't often see that. Throw the shuttle over the net.
Nice.
Well left.
Well done from, I think both of them had a hand in that return
right.
there.
Helping each other out.
Yep. Just to pop it, just to block it, put it in those corners, get back on the attack, create an error.
Whatever works, I guess.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, I reckon that's a great point from both those girls.
again, saw the gap.
Yep. And just
Went
getting
for
those
it.
angles too. Got to get it behind the body of the player up the other end.
And I can see as well, Caitlin again starting to use those different paced shots. You know, a couple of smashes, some really, really steep, I'd say maybe fast drops.
There we go.
Again. Oh.
Oh,
What a rally.
wow.
Great shot.
Fantastic. I think they thought that it hit somebody's head as it was going through. I'm not exactly sure. They're pointing to the head. But if the umpire didn't see it, unfortunately, it can't be called.
No, that's right, yeah. Players just inquiring about that, but umpire said no.
And sometimes it's not that the opposition are doing it for their benefit, but they might not realise.
That's right, yeah.
And it really is up to the umpires to be able to pick those things that are happening.
Just got to dust it off and get into the next one.
And again, until that call's been made, you really should be playing that point out, you know, full on. If it's not called, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, right. It's that whole play to the whistle, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though we don't have any whistles in this
No,
game.
exactly.
Thank goodness.
Nice serve from Silvina. Oh, see, beautiful. Gronya just sneaking over, maybe trying to think I'm going to help Caitlin next, and they put that angle in. Great play from Silvina and Joyce.
Yep, they've definitely found their tactic.
There we go, lovely. Great to see so many people watching online. I think this is our biggest crowd at this stage, all
Hello
online.
to everyone on, at home watching online. It's nice you don't have to jump between courts today.
Yes, exactly. We've got some New Zealanders watching. Hopefully we've got some other regions in the Oceania area watching. That would be fantastic.
Through Asia too, yeah.
If you're online, and you are, Tahiti, Tonga, Samoa, New Caledonia.
That's right.
Tell us about it. We'd love
Even
to know
Tahiti,
where you are.
maybe, yeah.
Beautiful at the net again, Joyce. She's really, I think, dominated there. She's, as we said, the finisher. She's the one who's taking it off the top. Beautiful,
well
great
done.
get from Gronya. Oi! Gosh, we've had it all in this rally.
So casual.
Yes. Quite controlled, wasn't it?
Very controlled.
Wow, great rally. Great rally from all the girls.
17-14.
Bad luck from Gronya. Had the opportunity.
18-14.
Oh, bad luck. Joyce and Silvina have not let up with their pressure.
14.
just out. Great angle on it though.
Could be the reprieve they need.
Really playing very well, this pair.
On to match point now.
Lovely from Joyce, changing the pace up. Oh, fantastic. Wow, great last rally. Beautiful. Well done to Sylvina and Joyce.
Fantastic game there for the women's doubles final. And up next we've got our men's singles final.
119.
Well, men's singles, joined back again by Brent. It'll be good to have you here to analyse this game, Brent. I think it's going to be a ripper.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how both players pull up after quite a heavy draw. They both had some very tough games yesterday. And the longer the game goes, it'll be interesting to see who's got what left in the tank.
Yeah, I must admit, after these last couple of days and watching these two players play, they're extremely fit. I must admit, Nathan Tang, he just seems to be able to keep going. The tapped on, you know.
He plays at a very, very high pace.
Already fired up.
See how much the home court advantage
Yeah, that's right.
helps him here. Lovely deception there.
Both players very strong in the attack. So, you know, what are your predictions in terms of how they're going to look to play this game?
Well, they both play quite a similar style. I think they're gonna have to attack, but they're gonna have to really be smart about it. I don't think you'll see a lot of hard smashing. There'll be a lot more angles trying to open up the court. So again, obviously with it being singles game and they don't have any help with them, there's a big advantage if you can hit a nice angle and really stretch them out, because one, it might bring a weak stroke back, but secondly, it can pull them off balance, and it's the shot after the attack that becomes so important, because if you can just get them taking an extra step or have a little bit of a hop and they can't quite get back to the middle of the court, it opens up a huge amount of space.
Yeah, well, that rally just previous, as you were mentioning, did exactly that. Was able to really stretch him across the court, Nathan, and yeah, came up trumps.
One thing that strikes me about Edward, and I've watched him for a while now, he is actually really strong in around his shoulders and in through that mid-court. Typically singles players, they obviously in the extremities of court they're very strong, and often they can be a little bit weaker off the bodies, but Edward actually wins a lot of rallies in that space, and you see in the rally previous to the one just before, he really closed the court down. So what that means is he played a lot up through the middle of the court and made it hard for Nathan to get it away from him. So again, you see he opened the court up, making it quite big, but then he brought it back towards the middle of the court, just closing it down. So when you make someone run and push it out to the extremities of the court, what we call that is that's opening the court up. It makes them run, but it also opens up your side of the court as well. It gives them a lot more opportunities to make you run. When you play back towards the middle of the court, it's what you call closing the court down. And what that does is it makes it hard for the opposition to then get it away from you.
Some long rallies already. It's going to be quite the event.
You'd expect it at this time of the match, just feeling each other out, trying to get some feeling for the court. struggling a little bit with his length here, Edward. Hasn't quite got the feeling yet.
Oh, great shot.
It's a definite tactic. You see Edward, the last 4 rallies, he's directed all the traffic down into Nathan's forehand corner. So typically playing, you'd see the round the head corner, which is the backhand side deep. That's typically a weak point for a number of players. But you can see Edward's starting to really put a lot of pressure on that deep forehand corner. So again, down that forehand line.
And is that because he feels that maybe Nathan's going to cover that side, or is he just literally doing that to mix that up a little bit?
Hard to say. There may be something there that they've either picked up in a pre-match sort of watching the games, and it might be a specific tactic. It might be an area where Edward's strong. And so when someone plays to a specific part of the court, there's a couple of reasons they do it. It's because they know they're going to get something back. Nice couple of rallies there by Nathan. Because they know they're going to get something back, or potentially because they can't hurt them from that side of the court. So you can see he's still again lifting up into that forehand corner. So it must be a tactic, or it could be just that Nathan's really strong around his head and he feels that that's the corner that he's not going to hurt him from as much.
Well, he does have immense speed around the court, so that definitely could be an option. I mean, he tends to take a lot of stuff around the head.
Yeah, and that's the hard part about singles. Like you've got to have that hard. It's a fine line between being attacking, nice shot, being attacking and making the opposition move. If you give them too much time and you don't ask enough questions, you're giving them the opportunity to just choose how they want to play the game. But if you play it too flat and you don't use the full court, then often you can get yourself into a little bit of trouble. And with Nathan's speed, it'll be interesting to see how much height he puts in the shuttle.
Yes.
Because if he tries to move him too fast but just doesn't quite get his length, that could play into Nathan's hands. Ooh.
That was a quick 11 points.
There's a big mixture of rallies in there. There was a few short ones there where there were some quite quick wins, especially for Nathan, when he'd sort of serve or he'd return and Edward just didn't quite find his way and he was able to jump up and just win a quick point. I definitely think that Nathan wants to try and attack here, and I think he's going to want to keep the shuttle nice and fast. I do think Edward's going to get a lot more back as the set goes on and as the match goes on. Obviously Edward had that big battle last night with Oscar.
Yeah, great match that one.
Yeah, I was watching it on the live stream and they both played very, very well.
As you mentioned, it hasn't been the easiest road here. Obviously, Nathan taking out the top seed and Marnie as well. Amazing result.
Yeah, very deserved finalists. It's no easy draws, that's for sure.
Yes. Another example of what you mentioned about the length, having a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, and he's persisting with that forehand corner. I feel that he thinks if he can get down there, Nathan will let the shuttle get behind him a little bit more, or potentially jump out to it, which means that he might be able to get him a little bit further out of the court, or he's not going to have as many weapons. Obviously, the flip side of that, if he doesn't quite get his length right and it's a little bit long, he's giving his points away. But if it's a little bit short, being on the forehand side, that's a huge attacking advantage to Nathan.
Yeah, whether he goes down the sideline or, you know, one of those amazing cross-court drops or...
Oh, the world's your oyster when you're
That's
short
right,
on your forehand corner. We just noticed there that Nathan pointed to the coach. So there's obviously a specific tactic they talked about at the halftime break. And I wonder whether that was playing into the front corner of backhand side of Edward, because that was the stroke that did the damage. Obviously it was a lovely finish to the rally, but it was the one before that where he opened up the court and got Edward off balance that did all the damage.
And yeah, you're right, he definitely pointed at him to say that was the one, you know, that's what we talked about.
Definitely controlling all the rallies here. Edward just looks a little bit passive, but that's due to the quality play of Nathan. He's just coming in, he's taking it early, he's just changing the direction, but he's not taking Edward on down the middle of the court. He's making that court very big. Got a lovely deception there on the backhand front corner there, Nathan.
That's a great rally.
Oh, lovely defence. Didn't matter who won that rally, they deserved it.
Yeah, very much so.
Just unfortunately, Edward did all the hard work and then just missed the winner. A couple of centimetres the other way, and he would have been the one screaming. Right, we're starting to see some tired legs out there now.
Yes.
A little bit of advice there for Nathan from the coach. He's obviously seen something.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they've definitely got to focus, that's for sure. Oh. Oh. Absolutely phenomenal.
That's a fantastic shot by Edward, but we have to say that you feel a little bit sorry for Nathan there. He did everything right and played the rally so well and really deserved to win that one.
Well, they won a piece on those ones now then. Right idea.
I think he's definitely targeting Edward's backhand front court. Problem is that time there, he just hadn't quite earned the right to play in there the way he was trying to.
Bit off balance and...
Oh, Edward was just getting enough length, so he didn't quite have the time So he needed to probably play with a little bit more pace to the side of the court rather than into the front. It's a tight one, this one. 16-15 with Nathan at the moment. Definitely looks like Nathan's got a little bit more energy than Edward at the moment, but he's also playing it a little bit more on his terms. Edward just doesn't seem to have control of the rallies. He's very reactive. That was a little bit better. Both players taking it early, but I just felt that Edward had a little bit more control on that rally. It's the first time in a while that he wasn't just sort of playing it back in the court, trying to find space away from Nathan's attack. Oh, lovely spin, good length.
Oh, brilliant.
That was a very high quality rally, that one. So for those of you who didn't catch it, as Nathan came in to return the serve, he got a very nice spin on the shuttle. What that does is it makes the cork sort of spin around, and it makes it very challenging for the opposition to get it to where they were aiming. So if it was just a little bit off, something that was supposed to go down the line could go way out or down the middle of the court or just not get the length. And Edward did very well to be able to read that and get it all the way back to the back of the court.
Yeah, it's one of the most difficult shots to get back, and then he managed to finish obviously and win the rally with that same side. That forehand side he's been looking for that whole match.
Edward asking for the towel there and being denied. A bit of fatigue there by both players. Understandably at 18 all. And
totally understandable. Even I'm a bit fatigued.
I'm glad it was them out there and not us.
Yeah, me too. Again, another option to ask for a towel break, but umpire says no, must play on.
I sense he feels that they're both looking for a quick break just to get the advantage back after losing a point.
Seen it all before.
It's a big couple of points coming up here. There's a lot of effort gone into this set.
Fantastic.
Very interesting game, that one. We had Edward come out, start fast, establish a bit of a lead going into the 11-point break. And Nathan come back out after the 11-point break and was absolutely fantastic. Not only closed the gap, but gained the lead and looked like he was really dictating the rallies in the terms of the speed and how he was playing it. And Edward looked like he didn't have a lot of gas left in the tank and seemed to find his way to the finish line.
Yeah. Managed to get the ones that mattered, those crucial points, and came away with that first game.
Oh, he's a very determined player. I remember when he was playing in the juniors, he was part of our under-15 New Zealand program that I was part of. He was always one of the most determined players, whether it was a match or a competition or right down to all the fitness testing. So he's got a lot of ticker. Going through a few stretches there. Wonder if he's feeling the effects of a long couple of weeks. Don't think Nathan could have asked for any better there, right on the line.
Yep, money shot. Oh, again moving him around the court so much. Really starting to open up some of those other sides of the court. It's always quite difficult too, coming across the body when you're getting attacked.
Yeah, and that could be one of the reasons where Edward is attacking or into that forehand deep corner of Nathan's. It might not be that there's a weakness there, but it might be that he's setting up for his cross court onto the backhand side. That might be what he's looking for, both on the drop and the snap and the smash.
Oh, brilliant.
Lovely control of the rally there. Edwards definitely carried on where he finished off the first game.
Yep.
Those last few points in the first game, he controlled the rallies perfectly, played his speed. Obviously Nathan's trying to play a slightly higher speed in the rally, and Edwards done a very good job of just controlling that and injecting pace when needed.
Yeah, playing on his terms as well. Good.
Yeah. We see there again Nathan trying to put some pace in the rally. I just feel here he's got to try and open the court up on Edward a little bit more. He seems to be struggling a little bit physically, and I imagine if we had another hard set come down the end of it, he'd be in a lot better position for making Edward move a little bit more. So again, we see good pace here, but Edward's not moving too much. He's very much playing on that sort of quarter of a court. There's not much in behind that doubles service line or in front of the front service line. So you see Edward sort of 1.5 steps away from a lot of the shuttles, using his reach to just sort of control the rallies. So Nathan's playing very fast, but he's not really opening the court up on Edward.
Brilliant shot.
Maybe that's why he isn't.
few little mistakes there. Also love watching it when the two players come together at the net and almost have a duel. You know, they take a few drops in there together and size each other up. It's great to watch.
Yeah, that's the hard part in singles. If you can win the net and force the opposition to lift, you've got a real good opportunity there to choose how you're going to play the rallies. But at the same time, as the net player, waiting for that lift, you've also got to make sure you're not running away too quickly, because if they play something back, all of a sudden they could be in the box seat.
That's right.
Been a fantastic run of points here by Edward. He just has not made a mistake.
Yeah, he's definitely been very consistent. That's where you can obviously win and lose the game.
Nathan needs to start finding some points, otherwise this game's gonna run away very, very quickly.
Oh,
here we go.
Oh, phenomenal rally.
Very entertaining, that one. But unfortunately for Nathan, there's another one won by Edward.
After all that effort, it would break your heart, wouldn't it? Getting all those shots back, and then
got to start asking himself, where is he going to start finding these points? And he needs to start finding them quickly.
that's definitely a huge mental thing now as well. You know, getting into double digits and you're on 1 point. Just can't find an answer.
No, it's a massive lead for Edward going into the break.
Almost seems like he's found another gear. It's kind of, although he is very tired, as the intensity's come up, and like you say, he's just so consistent.
Yeah, I think he seemed to have a clearer plan coming in here. He's a lot more purposeful with how he was trying to control the rallies. He wasn't just retrieving shuttles. So he wasn't just hitting them back into the court, he was putting Nathan under pressure. And as soon as he established that bit of a lead, I felt that Nathan feels he needed to win some points, and he just wasn't quite sure about how he was going to do that, because Edward just kept asking questions of him. I guess the one good thing for Nathan is I don't think Edward could play a better half a game than he just has.
That's
so
right.
It'll be very hard for Edward to maintain that level all the way through.
Just seemed like everything was working.
All he needs is a couple of pieces of luck and a couple of good rallies, and it'll close the gap right up.
Bit of a premature celebration there, unfortunately.
I think Edward thought that one might have been in. Right down in the deep corner there.
Lucky we've got our line judges to tell us otherwise.
Good start by Nathan. That's what he needed. Lovely rally there. See the difference in that rally? He kept the speed in, but he just really made Edward go outside of that sort of small court. So he brought him all the way to the front, he brought him all the way to the back, and then the big change of pace on the attack, Edward thought it was going to come a little bit deeper into the court than it did. So when it dropped on him, his feet just weren't quite there.
You need your feet to be there.
It's very hard to hit the shuttle when it's a little bit further away from you. A little bit more height in the rallies here by Nathan. He's playing good speed, but he's just playing a bigger court. Is that his favourite attacking corner? When he has got it right down that side on Edward, he has got the results.
Oh, it works, definitely, yeah. Scored back a few points now, 11-6.
Good points there by Edward. Wonder if he relaxed a little bit coming out of that half-time break. Just seemed a little bit more purposeful these last couple of rallies. And Nathan's definitely stepped up a gear this since coming out after half-time.
Oh, brilliant shot. So those changes of angles, particularly, you know, at a stage like this where, as you mentioned, they've had a very tough road to get here, and they've both played some very long games. Sometimes it's just, you want to get there, but your body just won't let you.
Yeah, and I think it's also, they want to take the initiative and attack, but it's also about not overplaying your hand. We noticed on that one there where Nathan jumped out and attacked into the deep forehand corner. Edward's stroke was had quite good length on it, so what that meant is when it got to Edward, it just wasn't coming as fast as it potentially could have been if it was a bit shorter. But secondly, it meant that Nathan was a little bit out of position because he had to take a bit of a risk to try and pull the trigger, and that gave the space on the other side of the court if Edward was good enough to find it. Deep forehand again.
It's definitely paying off for him.
Well, it's got to put a few doubts into Nathan's mind. When Edward plays up into there, with the success he's had counter-attacking the attack from there, when Nathan goes out and smashes and then Edward whips it across into his backhand corner, like that, Nathan's got to almost question whether he really winds up, or whether he plays it safe, or whether he considers a few different options.
Has really taken control of the second game as well.
This was about the time in the first game where Edward just sort of found a rhythm and just really took control. Just playing in the right areas of the court at the right time. It's nice there from Nathan.
that side again.
Yeah. It was very smart play by Edward there. What we saw was he stretched Nathan right out to the forehand side, and just see when he lunged out, he just stumbled. He took an extra step, which means he was just slightly out of the court, out of balance. But what Nathan then did was took a big step in anticipation that Edward was going to play down into the open space. And Edward was able to take advantage of the space that created back where he'd just come from.
Fantastic.
It's good courage there. Nice attack from the back, and when he come in and played the attack, to have the courage to stand there and really make sure when it come back, he was there to play a good shot.
Right on the line too.
It's always tempting in those scenarios to run away from it and make sure you're covering the space that you left in behind you. But fantastic from Edward to be able to stay there and have the presence of mind to understand he had Nathan under pressure and take the calculated risk to keep the pressure on him.
That's right. And just like that, we're up to match point. Fantastic singles match. Taken out by Edward Lau from New Zealand. 21-10 in the second match. Thoughts on that one, Brent?
Ready to play.
Hi everybody, it's Gillian is back in the chair and Damon will be here with me in a moment. We've got the ladies singles coming up now between Wendy Chen and Louisa Ma from Australia. And chair umpire is Shihan Lim and our service judge umpire is Richard Wong. Looking forward to this game. Wendy a couple of weeks ago just took out the national title. In the final she defeated Tiffany Ho in 3 sets. And in the semi she actually defeated Louisa in 3 sets. So both girls have taken a set off her recently. So let's see if Louisa can do a little better than last time.
Wendy Chen to serve. Love all. Play.
A very exciting game, this women's singles. To see, obviously a great battle, but to see if we can get the result for Wendy that she's after.
Absolutely. I think the ladies singles over the last few days have been great, like really good quality.
Yeah, Louisa had an amazing game yesterday.
Yeah, it was slightly surprising to me. I thought once Tiffany had got that first game that she would have gone on with it, but Louisa dug deep and got the win in the end.
Three love.
Fantastic cross-court drop there. And Louisa just moving Wendy around a little bit.
1-3. Service over. 4-1.
Great
Lovely.
shot by Wendy.
Beautiful angle down at the net there.
5-1.
Again, I think I'll try that on Wednesday.
Tell you what, if you can play it like that, you'll be winning.
Oh,
Wendy really holding on when she's going to serve there.
Yep.
As an opponent, that must be a bit of a mind game for sure.
Oh, unfortunate. Well constructed point there. Just hit it out.
6-1.
Oh, beautiful.
Just a little bit short on that serve.
These two are very, I'm going to say, show no emotion on the court.
2-6.
Very level. Don't change how they react to certain things. Both very mentally tough.
2.
Oh,
The crowd went, oh,
Service over.
as one.
they're all really dialed in to this
Yes.
match. Still a great crowd here too at MSAC.
Lovely depth.
4-7.
Just wide down the sideline there.
I love those straight smashes. Mine wouldn't just go out. Maybe a foot.
Good for doubles.
Yes, absolutely. Doubles specialist. Both feeling their way around the court at the moment. We haven't had particularly
Very much
long
so.
rallies.
I was just about to say that. It's just a chance for them both to suss each other out and get a feeling for the court.
Oh, beautiful. Right in the corner.
Service over. 6-8.
Just a few early mistakes here by Louisa. Trying to get into the rhythm of things.
No. Yeah, the game hasn't really got to any great heights just yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Great shot.
Service over. 7-9. Service over. 10-7.
Fantastic. Played those a few of those shots already.
Service
Seem to
over.
be quite effective.
8-10.
Wendy trying to play quite a flat serve. And
Yes.
Louisa's able to attack it, cut out that angle.
Nice.
Service over. 11-8 interval.
The first,
Oh, sorry.
the first break, I was just going to say, and
Yeah.
11-8. Got there quite quickly, actually.
Yeah, it did. As I said, the rallies have not been of any length. You may notice that the girls don't have any coaches out, probably both from Australia, so the Australian coaches choosing not to coach against either one, to be fair.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
They'll have to use their own wits and knowledge
That's right.
to get through the match.
play. Service over, 9-11.
Oh, lovely.
Service over, 12-9.
Oh, great angle.
She's been really able to dominate that return of serve, no matter what Wendy's kind of put up, whether it's the
It's-
traditional high serves or
Exactly.
10,
It
12.
surprises me too. Louisa, not the tallest
no.
person, but the angles that she can create are quite extraordinary for her height.
Service
The
over,
atmosphere is not as electric
13-10.
as the previous game. It's pretty hard when there's two people from the same country
That's
playing
right.
each other. Oh, lovely play. Seems to be a bit of a plan to go down that
Service over,
forehand
11,
line.
13.
I do like the way that Wendy takes so many things so early.
Yeah, she's got so much time, doesn't she?
Yep.
Service over, 14-11.
A lovely deep smash.
Fifteen, 11.
Unfortunate that net just got in the way. Funny that it's there in the middle of the court.
16-11.
When she can get Wendy pushed, you know, even to that forehand, but behind her, she's struggling a little bit to
Yeah.
be able to return those. Ah, great shot.
Lovely. Really using all
Service over,
four corners of the court,
17-12.
moving each other around.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the two go back to that same corner.
Yes.
Really difficult to actually do that once you've come through and, you know, from the back of the court comes a player lift or something and then have to go back to that side again.
Exactly.
Oh, fantastic.
Good pickup. Just too much.
Phenomenal backhand there by Louisa, though.
Yes, beautiful.
Gosh, need to learn how to do that.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh,
what a
lovely.
rally.
Well done. Good retrieving from Louisa.
19-12.
Run through a few shuttles.
I was going to say, I wonder if we could have a tally of how many shuttles have been used over the last few days. The finals, definitely, there's been heaps being used.
Yeah, well, the previous men's singles went through a ton.
Yeah. And not only would there may not be too much wrong with the shuttle, but it's a way of getting a rest at the same time for the players. Lovely.
Mindy just questioning herself about why she left that.
13-19.
It's great being able to be so close to the action. Everybody that's here at the stadium can really pick up on what the players are doing in between points. And
Yeah.
even maybe hear what some of the coaching
Coaches are
staff
saying,
are saying.
yeah. Oh, way off target there.
Service over. 20. Game point. 13.
Oh, that's a lovely angle again into that corner.
Service over.
That's been the shot that she's been winning on mostly.
Yeah, she's loving playing down Wendy's forehand side.
Mm. Nice.
She go moving around a bit.
Switched it up there. Maybe by playing down that line so often she can catch her a few times cross court.
That's right. She started to move Wendy around the court a little bit more now, so it's definitely making up a few more opportunities. Oh,
Lovely. Oh, beautiful play.
feels like she's found a little bit more in the tank. Crucial time of the match too. 17-20.
Yes.
20.
Oh, so close. Same spot though.
I was about to say, the right idea.
Won by Wendy 10, 21-17.
Our first match won by the defending champion, Wendy Chen. One step closer to that 7th title.
What a record, hey?
Oh, phenomenal.
Amazing.
I have to get a new plate on the trophy soon.
Yes.
Maybe they'll name it after her.
Ah, there you go. That's a thought. She has been a wonderful player for Australia for many years and still relatively quite young. So from when she won the first time, whether she was a teenager or maybe 20, because I think she might be 27, 28 maybe. So, you know, to have that dominance in the ladies singles for so long has been amazing. She's, as we said, a very hard worker, obviously, super fit, and just keeps winning.
That's it.
Has the answers.
She's got a few big goals, obviously, coming up. She wants to obviously partake in the Commonwealth Games, and I know that she'll want to do, obviously, the Olympics in Paris. That's a big goal for her too. So let's hope she can get there.
Oh, that's right. And as you were saying yesterday, that would be 3 if she gets to that Olympics. That's 3. That's an amazing effort.
Huge, considering how many years in between.
Yep.
It's a long, long time.
Yep.
To be able to remain that competitive at that level.
Well, I think Wendy's been quite lucky with, and I shouldn't say lucky, she obviously works very hard and works hard on her body. Not many injuries that I can recall.
They
So
can
with
come
no
down to
injuries.
recovery and
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. Some people get the kind of luck of the draw, so to speak.
Yeah.
They are less injury prone than others, and then some get definitely the hard end of the stick. That's for sure.
Yeah, but as we say, if she works hard on the fitness and at the conditioning of her body, maybe that holds her in good stead for any potential injuries.
Service over, 1 love. Service over, 1 all. Two, 1.
Nice punch clear to the back there.
Service over, 2 all.
Right on the money.
Right on the money.
Service over, 3, 2.
Yeah, good length.
As we discussed yesterday in Wendy's games, she doesn't make many mistakes. She doesn't hit them out. She's just consistent.
Definitely a high serve, that one.
Service over, 3,
Always are able to attack that and win the.
Service over,
This
5,
is nothing
3.
against the girls and this game, but I think that the semi-final was a better tussle between Tiffany and Louisa, longer rallies. And Wendy's dominating really. She's not really allowing Louisa any room for errors. She's just capitalising on all of those.
Oh,
A rare miss-hit from Wendy.
yeah, straight into the umpire.
And a huge, maybe he'll take a couple of points off. And a rare smile too from Wendy.
Service over, 4, 6.
That's lovely. Great sharp cross court drop slash slice
Yeah,
slash
fantastic
smash
angle
slash-
on it.
Yeah.
over. 5-7.
So this is our second to last match of the day. We're finishing the final session with the mixed doubles.
And that should be a good one.
Yes. Little trans-Tasman rivalry. New Zealand taking on Australia.
Yes. And again, we'll get some more atmosphere in the stadium.
Oh,
Oh, lovely.
Oh, he's just so good at the net.
Oh, this is a great rally. Oh, still going, gosh. Oh, lovely rallies from both the girls.
They must have heard your call for a bit of atmosphere.
Yes.
Yeah, that was great. That's the women's singles we're used to seeing.
Yes, absolutely. More of those, please.
Yeah, that's right.
6-7. Play.
Lovely depth from Wendy.
Service over. 8-6. Service over. 7-8.
Oh,
Oh, beautiful. It's a difficult shot to play, that running into the net and playing a straight drop.
9-7.
oh, it's very hard. You must feel like you're going to run into the net.
Yeah, yeah.
Play.
Oh, again, too strong down the line there from Wendy.
10-7.
As you say, I mean, Louisa and Wendy both trying to flatten the game out, I suppose, but still able to get an angle on that to bring it down.
Service over. 8-10.
Mistakes from Wendy.
9-10.
Yeah.
She
Getting
just
that.
must be holding it that little bit longer at the front of the court.
Just Louisa
Yep.
making it quite to return that shot.
Louisa's momentum going forward and Wendy just holding that shuttle just for that little length of time and then being able to flick it over the back.
I mean, it's very hard to play anything other than a net shot from back there. You know, it's very hard to get
Correct.
that shuttle back to the rear of the court. So she's able to then obviously rush forward and cover that net and put some
Absolutely.
attack on.
Just for people's interest, I suppose. We did say that there were no coaches there before. And then Louisa's personal coach, which is ex-Olympian Victoria Nah, came over, and so I suppose gave a bit of an opening for the Australian coach Stuart Brio to come and coach Wendy
Yeah, the old, if anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it is good to see, particularly Victoria coming in and helping out. She obviously saw that Louisa could be of benefit for
Yeah.
her. So ironically, she used to play with Louisa's brother quite a bit too.
Oh, there you
Juniors,
go, with
yeah.
Boris.
Ah, great shot.
Lovely.
Deceptive.
Deception is a wonderful thing in our game, being able to hold the shuttle for just that small length of time. Watch your opponent move a certain way and change the direction of where you were going to put it.
Yeah, some players' ability to do it is just phenomenal. You know, I'm running one way and
Yes.
the shuttle goes the other way. It's
Yes.
just amazing to watch.
Yep.
There we go.
Nice attacking play from Louisa. Crowd enjoying
Service
that
over.
rally.
10-13.
Right in at the hip there, that smash. Very difficult to return.
10.
Just wide.
Go try and down that line again.
15-10.
Well, at this stage, she really has to go for it.
There she goes, playing back to that same corner over and over again.
Yep.
16.
Just getting Louisa off balance a little bit.
Well, if things are working, you don't change them. Just pushing things a little wide now, Louisa.
Maybe just a bit of fatigue setting in.
Yeah. I mean, just the thought that she knows she has to hit those lines.
Yeah, particularly for those winning shots. You know, if anything else, it'll probably come back.
Yep.
Oh, great shot.
Yeah, I don't think there's much wrong with that shuttle. Do you?
Service over. 11-17. Service over. 18-11.
Lovely call from the linesman.
Service over.
Clear.
12-18.
One thing that we probably haven't done, I'm not sure if you've done it while I haven't been at the mic, but to thank our sponsors, Victor, who are sponsoring this event. Have been a great supporter of the Oceania Championships. So we thank them very much and hope they will continue to be on board over the next, maybe 20, 30, 40 years.
The rate of shuttles that we're going through will need it.
Oh,
Oh,
lovely. Well done,
amazing.
Wendy. Thought that
Counteract
rally was
a
done.
cross-court
Oh,
drop with another
a
cross-court
cross-court
drop. Yeah.
Yep,
19-13.
absolutely. And all our linesmen who look amazing in their uniforms, all Victor jackets and shirts they have, and our umpires, very professional. Ooh.
She knew as
That
soon as
was
she
a
hit
you
it.
idiot.
14-19.
A lot of waste in badminton. These shuttles, I hope they're going to be used for something else after.
Sure they'll go to a junior program somewhere.
Yeah, let's hope so.
You can take a few to the Inter Club, maybe.
Yes. Maybe I'll just put a few dozen in my bag as I leave.
I'll make sure they check your bags before you leave.
Yes.
Oh,
Wowza.
Wendy just double checking that the tape's still there.
19.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Great shot. So here we are, 20 game point, 16, and of course being the second set,
An amazing,
a match point too.
amazing record.
As just a reminder, if Wendy can wrap this up, makes it 7 times that she's won this title. Oh,
Lovely.
but Louise is not giving up just yet.
No,
Service over.
keep fighting to the very, very end. Oh, again, beautiful roll drop. Took it so high.
It's getting closer, 20 to 18 now.
Mm.
There it is.
Well done, Wendy.
Match 1. Wendy Chen. 21-17. 21-18.
So we've made it to the final match of our finals session at the Victor Oceania Championships. Mixed doubles between two very good pairs. One pair from New Zealand, Oliver Leyden-Davis and Anona Pak, taking on Kenneth Chu, who we've seen already, and also Gronya Somerville, who we've also seen already. Brent, you were just telling me before that you're a mixed double specialist, so how are we going to fare in this one?
I think you're a little bit confused there, Damon. I was just saying I'm definitely not a mixed double specialist, but I can tell you who is. The two pairs on the court.
Yes.
They've definitely got the most international experience out of all our sort of finals today, and these two pairs. Obviously the women's singles, they've both been on the circuit for a while as well, but this would be equally as experienced across both sides, so it should be a very good match here.
Yeah, you're right, and you talk about the international experience. You know, a lot of these pairs are looking to gain these points for things like the Commonwealth Games, and obviously looking further into maybe Paris at the Olympics too. Be definitely a good sign, I guess, if you can take out this title. Definitely do a lot for your confidence as well.
Yeah, well, it could very well be that if these are the pairs that are representing each country at the Commonwealth Games, this could be a bit of a trying to get the one up before they get there.
That's
and
right.
Should they meet each other in the draws, or in terms of seedings?
Yes.
It could be very, very important.
Bit of bragging rights too. It's always good.
Lovely there from Anona.
Big smash on Ollie. Great angle on it too. Be interesting to see how it goes with Gronya. She's got very, very good defence. So you might see some of that pace changing that we talked about.
Yeah, well, you could already see in that rally there, they're trying to swing Ollie around the back of the court. You notice Anona's very, very close to the front of the court, which means that all the gaps are, depending where Ollie is situated in the court, either just in front of Ollie or just behind Ollie. So between the two of them, they need to cover that, and obviously the Australian pair, as they warm into the game, will probably utilise that and make that court a little bit bigger for Oliver.
Yeah, it's definitely that little hole, that little gap that you look for in mix, and that was a fantastic shot there by Kenneth. Just to sit it behind the player at the front, and as you say, just in front of that player at the back.
Yeah, and again, it's a bit like I spoke about in the men's doubles earlier. They can't cover everything, so often you'll see the pairs, especially in the mixed doubles, come in and close the front sort of 2/3 of the court, which means the gap's over their head. So to be able to play that gap, they either have to play through the player, and often that can be quite risky, or they have to give away the attack, or be a little bit innovative around how they're going to find that space. It's interesting to watch the tactics on the serving here, because mixed doubles is one of those disciplines where each pairing has a favoured sort of rotation, where they stand, what they look for, and often it's about trying to create that little advantage, just take them out of their comfort zone, just to slow them down. Just see both pairs here trying to fight for the ascendancy. I don't feel either of them quite has a rhythm yet, but
Yeah, I was just thinking that too. They're almost sounding each other out, aren't they? Trying to find what might work and
well,
why does they move.
There's so much pressure on those first three strokes. So when we talk about the serve, the return, and the third shot, they're almost throwing the kitchen sink in that return a serve and third shot, and whoever sort of comes out on top after that is almost in such a strong position in the rally that they're going to win it. Neither of the pairs has quite sort of got past that as soon as the other pair has sort of played a couple of good ones.
Oh, great backhand.
It's nice to see that sort of even rally too, where both pairs were starting to move the shuttle a little bit more and look a little bit more comfortable.
Interesting, actually, yesterday he was having a bit of trouble with that shot just there, coming off the frame. Maybe isn't taking it early enough, or
He stands a long way forward, so again, like I said with Oliver, he very much fills the front 2/3 of the court, with typically his partner standing a long way forward, and he stands quite a long way forward. With that big reach of his, it's very hard to play through him, and I just feel he hasn't quite got the timing right. Whether that be he's just snatching it a little bit and he hasn't quite warmed into the game, or whether he's just trying to overplay his hand a little bit. The timing's just not quite there. But when it is, it'll obviously come back very quickly and put a lot of pressure on the opposition. Nice angle there.
yeah, that looked quite painful the way Grania went down on the floor like that.
Yeah, well, she was stuck there trying to, as the front player in a game of mixed, they're trying to keep the racket in a vertical position. What that does is it stops the player running in, and what Anona was able to just do was get it just underneath her shoulder, which meant that she had to sort of try and get herself underneath the shuttle to try and get it back without using she's just kind of stuck in that vertical racket position. So when you're playing doubles, often what happens is you've got one player at the front and one at the back. If you approach the net with a sort of a horizontal racket, so kind of like a singles player, often you're limited to the ability of, nice shot there by Oliver, the ability of either lifting or dropping. Now with the two players on the other side of the court, each of them only has to cover one of them each, so they'll just sort of jump forward and really take the initiative there, and often there's an opportunity. Whereas if they come in and the racket is more in a vertical situation, meaning the strings are facing them, the front player has to watch their body, but they also have to watch the one that's in front, so they can't commit forward.
Oh, gained a few points there to take the break, 11-10.
Bit of swing there in terms of the momentum.
Yeah,
They were 7-10 down if I'm correct.
they were. Still a big crowd here as well, which is great to see.
It's definitely filled up. It's great to see everyone getting the effects of live badminton.
That's right. You can't beat the free entertainment. I'm probably nowhere near as anything like this is happening around the city, so it's good to be able to come down here for free and check out some high quality badminton.
you see the pressure just created by the New Zealand pair on that front of the court. Anona's so close, and Ollie with that big reach is really filling in those gaps in the front of the court. They've got no option but to sort of give it away.
Wow.
It's a good defensive effort there by the Australian pair.
So even since that 11 break as well.
It's just the nature of the game, isn't it? It's point at a time. I think we've had the lead change quite a few times as well.
Oh, fantastic shot.
Got to appreciate the seal on that. That was lovely.
Saw a gap and went for it.
12.
Oliver setting a gap there in behind Kenneth.
Oh, rare mistake there. So crucial to get that serve over.
Might have been thinking about his plan on what was happening next
That's
before
right.
he had the serve over and in.
Very easy to do. They're really moving Ollie around the back of the court there, and obviously, like you say, he's standing quite far forward and playing a few shots and then pushing him back to that cross court.
Yeah, I feel if they're going to open up some space, it's Ollie's the player they have to work. Anona's very, very close in the front court, so it's very hard if there's no gap there. They really have to move him back and try and open up some space and encourage Anona to take a step back before they can start playing that net. Seems to be a lot of change of angles by the New Zealand pair. They're working Kenneth corner to corner. Often in a game of mixed, you've got to be very, very careful about how you use the cross court. So in those instances there, when Oliver's coming in and playing into the open court, it's a great shot when it's a winner. But should they get it, there's a big gap back down his side of the court that no one's necessarily covering. And not to say that they're not going to get it, but it just could totally swing the momentum and the ascendancy in the rally. Get the feeling the winner of this set is going to be whoever makes the least mistakes from here on in.
Yes. Easier said than done.
Both pairs going through patches where they're making sort of a couple of mistakes at a time. And
oh, wow. That was a fantastic shot.
I think that's about the second or third time they've tried to serve flat down Ollie's backhand. Maybe they see something in terms of where he's holding his racket. Feel he's going to be a little bit slower moving the racket to that point. It's definitely not a flick. It's definitely more on that sort of flatter, faster serve side.
Oh, another mistake there for the serve. But yeah, you're right, it's more of a drive serve, isn't it? We saw a few of them being used in the women's singles actually by Wendy.
actually thought that the Australian pair there were a bit nice and letting Anona back into the front court, and out comes the unforced error. Have yet another lead change. A few errors by the New Zealand pair, a couple of lovely rallies by the Australian pair, and they're back ahead at the crucial time. That brings up game point. Wonder if that was a broken string or a grip change. Not quite sure what happened in that one with Oliver. Change in racket.
Maybe it's a mental thing. It's always interesting when you have to change rackets. Oh, crucial. Change rackets in the middle of a game, though they are all either the same or similar.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch if he broke a string or not. Normally, obviously, if he did break a string, then he'd definitely be looking for a new one, but I'm not sure if he did or not. He did, I can see it. That was a lovely serve there by Kenneth. So if you caught it at home, Oliver's setting up on the forehand side and he had a lovely bend it into the court rather than being able to play fast. So by trying to play fast, it's very, very hard to get it to go down when it's at net height or just below. If he had been able to play with just slightly softer hands, then he's able to get it down below the net again. But that's what we talk about, entering the rally at a little bit more of an even keel. It'll be interesting to see what the coaches are saying. There's a lot of errors, both forced and unforced, by both pairs in that first game.
I'm sure that'll be a topic of conversation in both camps.
I wonder if a few of them just try and find just a little bit of rhythm and a bit of length, and just try and get in the rallies a little bit more. They're both out there playing very, very, very aggressive, and whoever hits the first couple of good shots is generally getting the ascendancy because they're rolling the dice a little bit. It's that flick down that part of the court again. It's obviously a tactic for them, serving to Ollie. Quite fast into his round the head corner. Lovely soft hands there by Anona. There's about 3 or 4 of them. Oh, nice. The luck of the net cord. I was just saying, Anona there a few times. Just lovely soft hands come in. Just took the pace out of the rally, and in situations where it could have been a very neutral position in the rally for the New Zealand pair. She was able to turn that into an attacking situation.
Oh, great shot.
And again, there's some really nice fast exchanges, but again, it was an owner that took the pace out that was able to get that small advantage for the New Zealand pair that ultimately led to the opportunity for Oliver.
Yeah, it really throws the rhythm out, doesn't it?
Well, it's one of those ones where they have to make that decision. Once it gets just below the net, they either have to keep pace on, they have to give away the advantage because it goes up a little bit. Either that or they have to just really start again and put it to the back of the court.
Oh,
Oh, nice. There's a lovely piece of defence there from Oliver. So he not only took pace out and got it below the net, but he was able to find the gap which really turned the advantage for the pair.
there's almost a little bit of deception in there too as well. It's quite good.
Yeah, it was the one about 2 or 3 before that. So he was able to play the cross block. And then when he had people scrambled there, it's poor Kenneth had to pick one of 3 corners, and unfortunately Ollie did a very good job of selling one of the others.
Yeah, that's right.
So a good start to the set from the New Zealand pair, up 4-1. Few instructions there from the coach after that rally.
Perfect person to be giving some instructions to, mixed doubles specialist.
Lovely piece of work there from Gronya. After the serve got ready, was able to make the intercept. Just that little bit of time she took away from the New Zealand pair gave them a massive advantage and ultimately led to the opportunity for her to finish the rally, the next shot. Great return there from Oliver, really using his reach.
It's definitely quite intimidating, especially when he's waiting for the serve.
He doesn't have to move too far to be able to get the net, does he?
Absolutely. Definitely controlling the game a bit more now.
Both pairs here really looking to try and get the ascendancy by getting it below the net. So you see a lot of soft play, a little bit of touch, all looking for those gaps in those front 4 corners of the court. see the bottom battle with all the soft hands and the half pace and through the front court. Oh, nice there.
That was a great rally, that one.
You see Ollie mistime a few more on those backhand. It looks like he's really winding up and trying to give it a bit of a heave. Just not quite finding the timing.
Yeah, more of that arm movement as opposed to just the flick of the wrist.
Oh, again, I think it's just the timing. He's definitely trying to keep the pace on it and look for a little bit more pace than what he's getting. He just hasn't quite got the timing right on it. A little bit of miscommunication there. Both of them thought the other one had it. Good work from the Australians, moving the shuttle around the court.
Good shot.
Again, those soft hands from an owner. It's been really dominant up the front. It's been impressive.
Guinness almost spent more time lounging around on the floor than he has playing in the game.
He has the last couple of rallies.
Getting the
But that's also
mop workout.
It's also the good work from the New Zealand pair there.
Yes.
Getting the shuttle down lower on the court. Well left there.
11-7, interval.
A lovely serve there by an owner. Just really got a nice dip on the shuttle. So when Kenneth had to come in and try and create space, it was really hard for him to get it away from Ollie. And you see there, he just got out of Oliver's reach, but ultimately it was too hard to keep in the court.
Much to Ollie's delight, looking back at it.
See all the coaches out there look quite animated. There's a lot of arms swinging and instructions being given.
Players on court.
It'll almost be Italian, the amount of talking they're doing with their hands. Players spending a bit too much time between points. Umpire just hitting them straight and getting them on with the match.
Oh, lovely change of pace there by Kenneth. It looked like he was ready to wind up and just took pace out of it and dropped it nicely into the gap there. ready for it that time round.
Service over, 9-13.
A few mistakes there, bringing that back to contention.
It's been the nature of the game though, hasn't it? Both pairs have made sort of patches where they've had a couple of mistakes at a time. Put that together with a couple of lovely pieces of play, and
Yeah.
the momentum swings and the lead changes very, very quickly.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal serve and follow up by Grania.
Thank you.
I wonder if one of the messages to Grania was to take a big step forward. Anona did so well thus far, just really taking control of that front court and finding the bottom of the tape, which means that when it goes over, it just sort of gets below the tape.
Good rally.
Yeah. And although that one didn't pan out that way, Grania's definitely having more impact from the front of the court, I feel.
11.
More involved. Saw the opportunity.
Service over, 12-14.
Are we about to see yet another lead change?
You may do. Definitely on a bit of a roll here, the Australians. But not yet.
15-13.
The last half a dozen rallies, Kenneth has really been fantastic up that front of the court. He's not only playing with soft hands, but he seems to be finding the gaps. He's putting all sorts of pressure on the New Zealand pair. He's creating opportunities and hidden winners with those lovely soft strokes. There we go, Kenneth up the front again. I wonder if that's a little bit of a tactic as well. Often in mixed doubles you'd have the preferred sort of arrangement on the court would be the female up the front and the male running around behind as when they serve. But often in cases, if the female's attacking from the back and the males up the front, they can make just as big an impact when the shuttle flattens out as well. So I wonder if that's a little bit of a change we've seen happen in the last few rallies. Kenneth has definitely been hunting that net a lot more.
17-14.
to be another tight finish.
Yeah, the crowd really starting to enjoy it now. It's getting close. It's good to have a bit of rivalry too, Australia and New Zealand.
Just get the feeling the players just aren't quite settled, and there's a little bit of frustration around the mistakes. And again, like the first game, I think whoever can make the least amount of mistakes here is probably the pair that's going to come out on top.
Service over, 18-15.
Oh. Would have been interesting if they had got back. I don't think Anona was on that side of the court.
15.
I don't think that was far away either.
A little bit through the net as well. Yeah. Fantastic, thank you.
Well, the line judges and their mops definitely going to work out this match.
Yep, it's important to keep these floors nice and dry, because otherwise if there's a little bit of moisture on it, we don't want any of the players slipping over.
19-15.
So only a couple of points needed now by the New Zealand pair to extend it to the third match, or third game.
That was a great return.
Again, it's those soft hands from Kenneth.
16-19.
Well, he had big eyes for the gap on the cross court there.
Yeah.
You could see him thinking about it. I think if he could have got it across there, he would have been a very good chance of winning the rally.
Just a little flick across. Basically using the power of the smash to take it over there.
Good result there for the Australians. New Zealanders controlled much of that rally. Able to keep finding the gaps, staying in it. Brings us back to 18-19.
Yeah, very crucial part of the game now. Clawed it back. Oh, phenomenal.
That was a good all-round rally there by the Australian pair. You noticed after the serves, Anona played very nice soft hands, but then Gronya got the ascendancy, just played it back just in behind her and took it so early before it got below the net, which really set up Kenneth with the opportunity. And then there's some lovely angles from the back of the court there that ultimately set up the opportunity to finish it.
Oh, he was so patient with it too, wasn't he?
Yeah. He had to work for that rally and he did well. It can be easy when you're a couple of points behind or 1 point behind just to want to pull the trigger and try and get a quick point.
Of course.
That brings up game point for the New Zealanders.
Should be looking at a three-setter here.
Now, this will be interesting. Ollie will be looking forward because Kenneth's been playing so slow off the return of serves and finding those gaps, but he's also got to watch the fast one in behind him. Good serve there by Anona.
needed that. We will be going to 3 games.
You just see that the last couple of rallies there, Ollie's gone across Grania and he's just caught her on the wrong side of the body. I know the lift's been short, and that obviously favours him, but I wonder if that's a tactic that they keep going to. Again, we've got a bit of discussion here by the coaches, trying to give the last instructions before they go out and play the final game. Have an owner here to start the final game. Great start here by the Aussie pair. What was noticeable in that last game was I think the Australian pair played a lot better from the front of the court, and Anona didn't quite have the impact that she had in the first game. Even though they didn't get the result, I felt that she controlled the rallies a lot better from the front of the court, whereas I feel in that last game, I think the Australians, both pairs took their turns at the front, but both players both took time at the front, but they both controlled the net a lot more, and Anona was playing a lot more than stepping back.
2-1. Service over, 2-all.
Lovely soft hands there by Kenneth. The hard part about playing those strokes is you don't want them to be too slow and too soft, otherwise it gives the opposition a chance to get in and get the attack. You need to have the right amount of pace on it, that it gets over and down below the net before they get there. But at the same time, you don't want it to be too hard, otherwise it just sits up with them.
That's right. A fine balance. Good shot there. Getting right behind Grania.
Yeah, both pairs really trying to shift the shuttle fast. So when they get that opportunity, they're trying to play very fast into the open space on the cross court.
Right like that.
Yeah.
Service over. 4-all.
So I guess that's where the sort of the scrappy nature of the game is. They're both pairs are going for that open space really early on, and almost in a counter-attacking fashion.
Service over. 5-4. Service over. 5-all.
Misjudgment there. Pangoli thought that was going to go along and
6-5.
made the late decision to.
Yeah, try and recoup it. Leaving his teammate open and vulnerable.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much help she can provide in that situation.
All.
There we go, the quick cross again.
Just,
Nice
managed to get-
teamwork there.
7-6.
Nona's looked good the last couple of rallies. She's really made a big impact from that front of the court.
They've just got some confidence back again.
Called in by the linesman. Yeah, that front of the court's a really hard position to play, just because you need to be in the right place and you've got to have some quite good judgment, and with not a lot of time to think around whether you stick your racket out there and have a crack or whether you leave it to your partner. And if you can get it and you can make an impact, then obviously you can put yourself and your partner in a grand position in the rally. But if it's not quite the right time, or it's just something that you potentially should have left, then obviously on the flip side of that, yeah, you could end up with a miss hit or an error. It is a confidence space, that front court, but it is also a very hard place to play because
Very much so.
you haven't got a lot of time to think about whether that's yours or whether maybe it's better that your partner has a crack at it.
It's very easy to be caught up in the moment too, you know, wanting to take
Things
that
are
shot.
going well, right?
Yep, exactly.
And often you're in that sort of flow state where you don't even think about it. You make all the right decisions at the right time.
Oh,
Lovely shot, but I have to say there's probably a little bit of luck on her side there too.
Service over.
it was a fantastic punch clear from Ollie though to go cross court. Got right in behind Kenneth. But yes, got to take the luck where you can get it, right?
But again, there was very much that sort of counter-attacking nature of it. Like, I know they were in control of the rally, but typically there's a lot of building of pressure. But I feel there's a lot here where they're throwing the kitchen sink at the open gap very early in the rally.
Service over. 9-all. Service over.
New Zealand pair were lucky there.
9.
If Kenneth had got that back, I think there was that gap there in front of Anona. She'd just taken a couple of steps back into the court looking for the fast one. Luckily enough, the shot was good enough to pressure an error.
Much too high at the net there, leaving it wide open.
Service over.
That brings us to 10-all.
10-all.
Psychological advantage of having the lead going into the halftime break in the ends.
So much control.
11, 10, interval. Change ends.
Being the third game, the players will change ends.
Victor, could you mop? Pauline, could you mop? Yes. Come and mop.
Hope you're not superstitious, but whoever's been down this end of the court seems to have got the bickies. The first set being won from this side of the court, the second game being from this side of the court, and then the Australian pair leading the third game from this side of the court.
I'm starting to begin you might be
20
superstitious,
seconds.
Brent.
20 seconds.
You got a rabbit's tail in your shoe or something like that?
Oh, not me.
Players on
Let's
court,
hope,
thank you.
let's hope the Australian pair is not superstitious because they'll be playing uphill
That's right.
and into the wind.
The perfect storm.
11, 10. Play.
Oh, what commitment.
Did not touch the floor.
New Zealand players just asking whether it hit the floor before Kenneth got it. Umpire saying no. Lovely pick up there by Kenneth. And it wasn't just the pick up, it was how quickly he got back to his feet and ready, because he still had some work to do. He had to get the next one.
Can't be caught lying down.
Good anticipation there by Grania. Must have been very close down that line.
Service over. 11, 14.
Bit of pressure there.
Yeah, it's not really what they wanted right now.
Service over.
Takes it to 15-11.
11.
It starts to become very much the mental game.
There's a lot of work done there by Oliver to stay in the rally. He not only got it back, but got them back into a good position and just unfortunately couldn't finish the job. New Zealand pair asking for a new shuttle here. Change in shuttle, change in luck maybe.
Yep, that's right. When it gets to a stage like this, you'll try anything.
I think they just need to start winning a couple of rallies. It's creeping away very, very fast since they've changed ends.
Play.
Now, this being the third set, the match, game should I say. This is crucial.
It's never over till it's over, but it's starting to look very, very challenging.
There's another one. I mean, we've definitely seen it be done from here before, but it is hard to get out of that slump.
Been some fantastic serving here by Kenneth.
Got a phenomenal serve.
20, match point 11.
If you notice, he's not just putting it in the court, he's really picking his spot, he's picking his pace, he's really making it hard.
Service over. 12, 20.
Chance for the New Zealanders now to claw back some points.
What is match point to the Australians? So we have seen stranger things. They could come back from here, but it's going to be very, very tough for them.
There we go, that's it.
Lovely return there by Kenneth to finish off the
Gronya
game.
and Kenneth take it out. Mixed doubles. Thanks so much for joining me, Brent. Thanks so much for watching at home. We hope you've enjoyed it.